I always forget to turn on the mic. One of these days I'll remember. I swear. すみません。忘れちゃった What a rookie mistake. But yes, hello. In all that time I was talking to myself, to no one in particular. Just explaining what I was doing. Well, at least we had the subtitles. That caught that. But yeah. すみません。また忘れちゃった。Anyways. くまくまさん、また来ましたね。ありがとうございます。本当に、いつも来てくれて本当にありがとうございます。今日は、へにゃさんへにゃちゃんを書いてみたいと思います。今日はですね、へにゃちゃんは、Twitch のフォロワーアカウント人数は40万になりました。おめでとうございます。なので、へにゃちゃんを書いてみたいと思います。頑張ります。今日は完成できるんですか？できないかもしれませんけど、まあ、頑張ります。はい。ありがとうございます。パチパチありがとう。Yeah. I'll try to summarize what I was saying while I had the mic off the whole time. But yeah, today Henya reached 400,000 follows on Twitch, and I happened to have the stream open as background music today while working, so it was really cool kind of getting to witness or hear history, because I wasn't actively paying attention while drawing for work. But yeah, it was really cool to be able to see that, and yeah, I just like drew this really quick after work, and so I'm gonna try to see how much I can finish today. Don't think I can finish it all in one sitting, but I'm just gonna try my best. Alright. And then once again, hold on, let me change the subtitles. I know I said while mic off that I'm not gonna touch this again, but since I need to repeat everything that I said while my mic was muted. Alright, 今天呢，我推的 Henya 突破了40万订阅数，啪叽啪叽啪叽，拍拍手。所以呢，我就下班后速速的涂了一张，今天就临时决定开个台来画画。不知道今天有没有办法画完，我觉得应该是没有办法，毕竟我画图的速度偏慢，我就是尽量，就加油，加油看看，看看爱的力量可以促使我画多少。这样，好吧，那就开始喽。じゃあ、スタート。Again, as I was saying earlier, I'll mostly be commenting out loud in English and maybe Chinese, but hopefully the subtitles will be helpful. But yeah, feel free to just hang out. In other exciting news, I don't know if this is like new, but someone sent me the newest trailer for Madoka Magica, the upcoming theatrical release. And I was like, oh, well, I can't believe it. We're getting closer to new Madoka movie. Saikin Yujin-san? Madoka Magica no 映画の予告を見せてくれ見せてくれました。はいはいはい。なんかワクワクしてる。来年の、何月？来年の2月に発表するね。そうかも。楽しみにしてる。今天有朋友转贴了魔法少女小圆的预告片给我看，还蛮期待的，好像是明年的2月上映，对啊，还蛮期待的。Well, February is the Japan release. I don't know when we're gonna get it in the US, because typically this stuff comes a bit later. But hopefully it won't be too long. Madomagi よく知りませんが、黒髪の子が好きです。私も好きです。キャラデザインがみんな可愛いでしょ。I need to pull up my reference because I can't remember anything I've ever seen before. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen those images of like the apple and like how like if you're asked to imagine an apple in your head, like how clearly can you see it in your like mind's eye, like in your head. And I can kind of just imagine like a very gray fuzzy image of an apple. So yeah, needless to say, my memory retention, visual memory retention is not very good. So I rely a lot on references and just having this stuff open on the side. Yeah, I'm just really bad at remembering things in general. Like, I'm really bad with directions. Really bad at remembering names. Yeah. My brain cells are somewhat lacking, is all I can say. Speaking of anime, I don't think... Well, I mean, not I don't think, I know for certain that I still haven't finished watching Apothecary Diaries, Kusuriya no Hitorigoto. No. 最新はまだ見ません。I still need to finish that. I feel like it might make me cry because I do quite like Shisui. Henya's hair is really interesting to draw. She has like this giant clump of hair, bangs, like overgrown bangs in the front. And she just has really long hair. There's like these side things over here. Let's see. But I really like long flowy hair, so I'm gonna have fun with this. Yeah. In the interest of speed, I think I'm gonna try not to noodle too much on the hair. Let's see, referring back to the reference to see how the side hair looks. I've actually never drawn a bunny suit, so hopefully I can pull this off. 这辈子还没有画过妇女郎装，就髪の毛の線がとても繊細ですね。そうですね。Because I plan to color this, so I don't want the lines to stand out too much, essentially. So I'm gonna keep it thin. I remember once, story time. I briefly went to a basically art cram school, like a juku. That was formerly affiliated slash run slash funded by Kadokawa. It actually stopped operations like I think last month. But anyways, I took like a year-long course there focused on like professional illustration. And at the end of the term we had a graduation show, and I remember we had like an industry day, so the juku, the cram school, invited some professionals in the like video games or animation studios in Taiwan to come and, you know, look at the student projects, the student show. And I remember one of the forget what her position was. I think she was like a team leader or like a lead or something, and it was like, oh, is this like completely lineless painting? And I was like, oh no, I use line art, it's just very thin. I was a little bit happy to hear that. I was like, yeah, she couldn't tell that I used line art. I remember for that style, my own personal final project, I consciously made the decision to draw in like different styles. So the assignment was to design a character and then do like a hatsuie for kind of like a card game style tatsuie, like a 5-star version and evolved version, 6-star version of the character, and then do like a splash illustration, and then do like a chibi SD version. So for the SD version I did like a cell shade style, and for the tatsuie, like the character, how do you say tatsuie in English? Basically like the full body character illustration, I did in like a semi-painterly style with lines, and then for the splash image I did it like full-on painterly, because I wanted, I think I wasn't like, I don't think I was the strongest in terms of like I had the most appealing style, because my style was like still very I guess like Western looking, which isn't bad, but it wasn't like the mainstream style that is more popular in like Asian industries. So I thought, well, my style isn't like super mainstream and like appealing in the mainstream way, so I'll show off my other strength, or my biggest strength, which was like my style diversity, how I could do different styles and have them look distinct and have them look like somewhat decent. And I don't know if that was the reason or if that paid off, but I ended up winning the gold prize for my class for like the graduation project. Because at the end of the term, the cram school, the juku, submitted all of our projects to like a competition, and I ended up winning first place. I was really surprised, and it was really funny when I got the email from the juku, because it took a while for judging to conclude. And I distinctly remembered it it happened on my birthday, or like I got the email on my birthday. I was having a really bad day that day for various reasons, unrelated to my birthday, but just like ran into some shitty people. So yeah, it was really like, wow, when like one shitty thing happens to you, the universe kind of like course corrects it and like makes up for it in a way, like making something nice happen. Let me see if I can do we want to look at my old graduation project from 2017? イラスト塾の卒業プロジェクト 見たいの恥ずかしいけど、まあ面白いかも面白いかも。ちょっと探してみたい。Let me see if I can find it. そうそう、8年前。It was like 8 years ago, which is crazy. Well, I think technically it might have been 9 years ago. I might have finished it in 2016. Let me see. The website itself actually no longer exists. I think they took it down. But I think I have the screenshot somewhere. Find it. Yeah, like extremely old art. No. Let's try ArtStation. Haven't opened ArtStation forever. Doこだ? こっち? Okay, let's see if Web Archive can dig up the website. Okay. I know I have a screenshot of it, probably on Facebook, but I don't really want to open Facebook. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to look back on it because my art has definitely improved, or at least it has changed a lot since then. So yeah, it's kind of amazing how much can happen in 8 years if you just keep at it. Hopefully, 見つけた。こっちです。Let me put that on OBS. デジタルピクチャーをどこに入れたか忘れますよね。そうね。I need to get better at archiving my stuff. Save. Alright, I got the screenshot. Let me throw it up. Let's see. I know how to do this. Watashi wa puro nan desu yo ne. Not very convincing. Jan. これです。見える? But yeah, this is my final project. I have the bigger images somewhere. I can show that later too. お、素晴らしい。ありがとうございます。恥ずかしいけど。その時は本当に頑張りました。But yeah, this was mine. I chose to design Izanami, so the god of the underworld in Japanese mythology. So yeah, this is the splash image, and then we have like the yeah, and then I remember, yeah, I had to submit like a comment, like a speech acceptance speech, and I typed it in Mandarin, and then the juku, the school. Oh, I'm blocking my VTuber. Hold on. There we go. And the school translated it for me, and then it went on the website like a year later, probably. Yeah. So, God. 8 years ago! 8年前の作品。懐かしい。So yeah, the Tatsuye, before evolution, after evolution, and then the chibi version. 嬉しかったでしょ。まあそうですよね。意外。びっくり。But yeah, that was my art. Delete. Yeah, we can take a closer look at the Tatsuye. Let's pop it up. No, not archive of our own. Artstation. Yeah. She. Nope. Cancel. Let's see. But I know how to do this. Totally. Window capture. There we go. ArtStation. Yeah, this is the bigger version. Tatsuye de gozaimasu. 懐かしい. Yeah, my chibi style has definitely changed a lot too. I used to be like, I wanted to draw every single detail. Dynamic, そうですか。ありがとうございます。Oh, yeah, the concept art. Oh. Yeah. This is fun to design. I really liked designing this. It just crossed my mind to like redesign it as like a fun challenge. Maybe some other day. But yeah. That's more from the year of our Lord 2017. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's to say, my liner is very thin. I should draw the hand first. It's gonna cover all this hair. I actually used to really hate line art. I thought it was tedious. But I wanted to get better at it. So I practiced line art a lot. And now I kind of can't draw without line art. Yeah, it's nice to try new things, and you never know, you might end up really liking it. Don't draw the back of the hand in too much detail because it's gonna get like covered by the cheek, like there. ネイルアートがありますか? Let's see. Does she have nails? I mean, obviously she has nails, but like, is it a big part of the design? Okay, seems not. So. Hands are also one of my weak points.絵を描くことが苦手ですよね。I remember once I posted a Freerin doodle on I think this was on Instagram, and a friend of mine who I went to school with was like, "Wow, your art has really improved, and your style." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." And then he immediately follows with, "But you're still not that good at hands, huh?" And I was like, ugh. Very, very honest person. そうですよね。難しい。手のこと、難しいよ。Turn off the hair so I can see the hand more clearly. And luckily I have a left hand, so I can look at it. 自分の手に単価になります。I don't think I have particularly beautiful hands, but they will do. I have really small hands. Like even compared to like people who are my size, and I'm pretty small in person. If you like been to my last stream, I mentioned I'm like 152 centimeters. I think that's 4'11" in Americans. But yeah, even then my hand is really small, and I don't really have a complex about my height or anything or my size, but the one thing that I wish that was different about my body is that I had bigger hands, because it would make playing the piano so much easier. It's kind of strange. It also made playing the violin really difficult. Yeah, I played violin for a few years, mostly in primary school and a little bit in junior high school, but it became kind of hard to like keep up with, even though I wasn't really trying that hard at school to study. It was just like I couldn't keep up with it, and I'm glad that my parents were still willing to like let me take music lessons. But I learned piano first. I think like most Asian families. And then later in elementary school, there was like a school program, like a school orchestra. And my school was really cool. This was in the US. So they would, every year, I think probably near the beginning of the year, they would have the nearby middle school, the middle school orchestra come and perform for us, and then they would play a few songs. And I remember they would play like songs from anime or video games to appeal to us kids. That was cool. And then they would like go through every section and introduce the instruments, and because of that, I was like, oh, I want to learn how to, I want to join the orchestra and learn the violin. So I did that for a little bit, but yeah, I didn't do it enough to like become really good at it, which I also like one of my many regrets in life. Wow, you can play. Can you play the piano? Yeah, I can play the piano. I learned like classical piano for 何年間か. I want to say like 8 years when I was a small child. And then violin, I want to say maybe 3 to 5 years. And I've kept up with playing violin, not violin, with piano. But not, unfortunately not violin, which I kind of regret. I definitely think that violin is a lot technically more difficult. 楽譜は読めるのはすごいですね。まあ、ありがとうございます。I think it's a nice skill to have. I don't know how useful it is, but it's definitely nice. I didn't really go to elementary school in Taiwan, so I don't really know how they taught music basics. And I wonder how much of it is similar to Japan, because Taiwan actually got its primary, like its public school system from the Japanese back in the day during the Japanese colonization era. So I imagine it's kind of similar. But yeah, I think in school they teach like the simplified. Oh no, it begins. Mataka. Come to me, da 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 da. Oh, I think I'm back. Where was I? Oh, yeah, I think in school, in Taiwan, they teach like the simplified, what's it called? What is it? 乐谱? 乐谱 in English. Simplified notation. And I actually never learned simplified notation. I only know like the 5-line. I don't know how to say this in English. 五线谱. I only learned like the one with like the little bean sprouts. So I couldn't really read like the music textbooks when I went back to Taiwan, because I think they were written in the simple notation. It does make me wonder if it would perhaps be better to just have everyone learn the 五线谱, whatever that's called in English. But I guess for like if you're just teaching it in school and you're not necessarily like teaching it to people who aspire to be really serious musicians in the future, then it's probably better to just adopt a simpler system. And I'm kind of like, oh, it's not really that hard, but I also started learning music, or like classical music, when I was maybe 5 or 6, so that's kind of easy for me to say. Also, hello, Patron, or Patron. Thank you for the follow. 感谢追踪. I don't know how it is in Japan, but it seems like in Taiwan, like strings, or like the string orchestra is not as common as like a band. So by band, it means like basically all the other instruments that's like not stringed instruments. Because often, or at least it seemed to me that like senior high schools will probably have like a band club. So if you wanted to learn like trumpet and all that, you could join that club. But there wasn't, at least where I went to school, they didn't have an orchestra club. And I was like, なんで? Maybe because woodwind instruments are like easier to teach, or it's like easier to be able to like actually start playing something that sounds nice. Whereas if you're playing a string instrument, there's a lot more like technical stuff that you have to learn before you can actually produce a nice sound. Because like with a lot of brass instruments, the buttons or like the holes are kind of already there for you. So as long as you like put your I guess fingers in the right positions, and it's like tactile, so you can like, okay, I put my finger in that hole and it'll make this note. But for a violin, they don't have like riffs or anything, or like you know, the other stringed. We're having problems again. Let me see. I'm gonna try lowering the bitrate. We're back on the scuff. Video, bitrate, where's my bitrate? 800, good time. Output. Okay, we're back. Sorry. Yeah, today I was a little more a bit ambitious, so I tried changing from like giving us problems today. So I'm gonna try lowering the bitrate as much as it pains me, but hopefully that'll help stabilize. Hi. Okay, I hope that works. Okay. But yes, I think where I cut off was like right hand of the violin, and if you're like a smaller person, then it's like everything is just so far away from each other. Like my hands are small, my fingers are tiny, so they can't really like cover the string as much. So it was really hard for me to be able to do like vibrato, which is basically when like the sound goes like dilating between two different pitches. So yeah, that was kind of difficult because when you don't have a lot of surface area on your finger pads, then you have to like really move your fingers, or not really, you're not really moving your fingers, like your wrist, either your wrist or your elbow. So yeah, that was really difficult for me. And then yeah, positioning the bow hand or bow arm so that the bow is always like parallel to the bridge was also kind of difficult because like if you have shorter arms like me, then it's like you have to like reach out further, and then it just like my arm wants to relax into a more natural, it's more natural resting state. So yeah, I was just physically not destined for greatness when it comes to like musical instruments, but I'll continue to keep at it, or at least I've kept at violin, not violin, I keep saying violin. I've kept at piano, and I've posted some stuff on Instagram, just like story stuff on my stories, tidbits. Oh. Finger got erased. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. It's more like, I think I changed the bangs instead. Because here, like, the tip of the finger is kind of tangenting. And tangenting is like when two lines are crossing in like an awkward way. It's like, there are a few kinds which, I can't like remember all the categories of tangents off the top of my head, but basically it's like when two lines are like touching in an awkward way that you don't intend to. So like if it's a corner of an object, then yeah, those lines would be crossing because it's a corner that's intentional. But if it's like here where it's like the finger and the literal edge of the hair, it's like kind of awkward. Because it just like draws the attention to that part in a way that you don't want. So yeah, created a little bit of space there. I want to redo this part in general. It's kind of almost tangenting, like, it's like this corner, it's kind of just blending into like this big shape, and I want it to have like more overlap, I guess. Oh, kana. Like that? どうしよっかな. Okay, we'll try something else. It's nice to have the small window on the side, so then I can quickly check my work without having to like constantly flip the canvas. Kind of good practice to flip the canvas, but it can be a little like disorienting. And it's nice to just like have one close-up view, and then I can just glance to the side and look at how it's appearing in a smaller size without having to do like constantly. One second, a friend of mine messaged me. Friend was asking me if I would be going back to Taiwan in August, and I was like, no. I wish I could, but no. It's probably gonna be a good while before I can go back. If you know, you know. I'm like always a little bit nowadays kind of worried whenever my friends or like family is going overseas, especially if they're like not like American citizens. And yeah, I won't go into the politics, but yeah, rough, and kind of sucks that we have to be so cautious and that, like, yeah, just like the simple act of just going home to visit is such a big risk. I was like, I don't want to go back. Especially because my home is a 14-hour flight. So it's not like I can just get on the next bus and go back and see my friends and go to my favorite places whenever I feel like it. Wish that were the case, but alas. 跟朋友密我说，哎，你8月的时候会回台湾吗？我说，应该不会哦。QQ， 怎么了吗？大概近期不大有机会回去。也是蛮难过的。这边就不多说什么，就不太想谈论太敏感的话题。就是，最近就是因为当局的时事和太方便。就是出国这样子。老实说，最近也因为这样子状态不是很好，毕竟就是老家不是说想回去就能回得去的地方，要搭个10几个小时的飞机才到得了。唉。I'm gonna have to change or fix the hair too because eye tangents. Just drawing those eyes. Probably should have drawn the eyes first, honestly. That probably would have saved me a lot more time. But notes for next time, I guess. Change the settings a little bit. Basically changing the taper. I probably can't see it in the stream, but there's like at the end of the line, there's like these really slight wispies. It bothers me a little bit. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I don't know what happened because I think it was like that before. But maybe it's because I'm like streaming right now, so it's like making the program more laggy. It's not like picking up my movements my brush as quickly, I guess. Blush. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I'm really not good at eyelashes. I 以前直播的时候有讲过，但这边再度声明，个人真的不太擅长画睫毛。I don't know what it is about eyelashes that are like my Achilles heel. I don't know what it is about it. Like intellectually, I guess I like understand it, but I think whenever I like go in and add like more detail, like more strands, it always just looks weird to me. I don't really like it when like I do it. I like it in other people's art. Maybe I just need to study how people do lashes more. Yeah, I feel like in my style it's like, okay, you get 2 lashes maximum. That's it. Two lashes per eye. Check with the small view. I want her to look like somewhat directly at the camera. But her face is like pretty much front facing. So I did start out with like this, drawing the face with the symmetry tool, but I kind of wanted to draw like a little bit of squish over here in the cheek where the hand is like pressed up against her face. I think this, the right side, her left, our right. The eye's a little bit longer. This is like the inner eye. No, I'll just scooch that over. The character has like really big eyes, like Henya, it can be kind of hard to see if they're centered. So pupil test. Looks a little bit unfocused. Henya's eyes in her official model is definitely like bigger than my usual style, so I kind of want to honor that. I have noticed also that I tend to draw my eyes like a little more further apart. Like typically what is suggested is like having a one eye's width between the eyes, and I have noticed that I tend to go wider. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's sometimes not always what I intend. People... Oh, I think that's looking at the camera. Just a little bit awkward with the hair, because this middle hair is like basically going like right up against the corner of the eye, so it's like making that tangent. The inner corners, so I'm gonna leave a little space, at least between one of the eyes. Maybe I'll do it for the other one. Let's see. Like that. Yeah, I think it's okay if like one eye is tangented. I do really like to draw the inner corner, or the inner waterline of the eye, but maybe for Henya's style, I'll get rid of it.刚才说了，就是我自己有发现，我画眼睛的时候，就是眼距会有点偏宽。通常大家是建议说，比较好看的比例是，就是眼睛之间大概是，就是一颗眼睛，一只，一颗眼睛，我讲一颗好了，一颗眼睛的距离。但我有发现说，我自己画长的通常会有点超过。不见得是坏，就不见得是不好啦。但我自己通常会，就是我的目标是让它是大概一颗眼睛的距离，但我就是会。一个不小心就会不小心画成1.5之类的。This line here that I'm like moving around is kind of doing the tangent with the jawline, like here. Let's see. awkward, so I'm gonna try to fix that. Maybe we just don't do this strand on the front. The reason why I did that strand is to kind of like add dimensionality to the side hairs. Otherwise it can kind of look a little bit flat because there's like nothing overlapping. I guess I can add some more overlap when shading. I do want to add like some wispies. Especially since I think one of the charm points of Henya's hair designs like kind of the loose, almost like designed messiness. Intentional messiness. Put it on the wrong layer. Henya 的鬓角刚才就是有一撮跟那个它的下颚刚好连成，就是有会看起来有点相连，我觉得看起来不是这么的美丽，所以还是把它擦掉。我自己画头发是会喜欢加一些就是东翘西翘这样子，觉得看起来会比较有立体感。不然就如果是就是单纯就是画一撮这样子，会看起来有点平，有点平面扁平这样子。那个立体感在上色跟上阴影的时候也是可以加了，这样子，这样好像还是有一点。どうしようかな。まあいいか、いいじゃない。いいんじゃない。Like this. Yeah, I think that's okay. Another thing I try to avoid when I'm drawing hair is like making things look too parallel. So like all the hair is like going in the same direction. It's nice to add some like different twists and turns and hair sticking out in a different direction, so it feels more organic that way. To kind of like divide the chunks up in varying sizes. Because if everything is kind of like all the same size and the same direction, it can look unnatural. It's like too perfect. So make it feel more organic and also more dynamic. Helps to like have contrasting sizes and directions. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the face. I'm drawing her eyebrows. Good, the wrong layer. 我画头发的时候会习惯就是让每一撮头发就是尽量不要方向就是发流是平行的，这样会看起来有一点不自然，会有一点僵硬，所以就是尽可能就是还是会加一些就是同一撮，但就是里面把它细分成更小撮一点，去让它的发流做一些变化。 包括大中小的变化啊，还有方向。所以像中间这一撮，让它有点，它不是就是直直的这样子下去，那就是后面有往前翻。Yeah, so like with the hair in the front, I didn't make it just like a highway, just like going in one curve. I kind of like made it like twist and turn, so that there's like overlap and also just like some difference in directionality of the hair flow. Makes it feel more natural, more organic. One second. I'm gonna stretch. Sorry. I'm gonna stretch. I've been hunched over my desk for a while. Drink some water. The head is looking not bad, honestly. Her middle finger is looking a little long. Do some surgery. Cut that down. There we go. Tip of the finger is still tangenting a bit that hair. I think I'm just gonna redraw it. Zhong指好像略长，稍微动个手术让它短一点。我又画错图层了吗？I hope I didn't jinx it. I think reducing the bitrate has helped. Excuse me. 今天有点贪心，我想说前2次直播的时候 OBS 没有当掉，应该可以让那个 bitrate 我就不知道中文是什么，把它调高一点，结果就当，所以刚才有把它调低一点，好像就 OK 了，希望没有乌鸦嘴。真的很难搞。Don't want to add like too much hair covering the cheek, because then it won't be like as obvious that like her cheek is getting like pushed up and puffy against her hand. Do I need to take another stretch break? Whoops. I think I'm gonna take a bit of a longer break, maybe like 2-3 minutes, just to get up and walk around, procure some snacks. So I'll be right back. 那还是起来走一走，去拿个零食之类的。我大概2-3分钟后回来。すぐに戻りますよね。 I had croutons. I don't know what croutons are in other languages. Alright, let's see if the auto-translate will tell us. Crouton. No, not futon. Crouton. Crouton. Okay. And then the Mandarin translation just gave up. What's next? I want to spend like all of my time on the excuse me, on the eyes. I think it'll help me clarify this part of the bangs if I do my usual treatment. Yep, definitely not working. Usually what I like to do, like I like to erase some parts of the eyelash if it's covered by hair. And we kind of lose the corner of the eye. Which is fine, that is fixable. Yeah. Just like make it more like that, I guess. It's always tough fixing lines because like you fix one thing and then it's like, oh, now it's doing a tangent, like right here. Just delete that. I also like to, oh, drew that on the wrong layer. It's also doing a tangent. I'll just erase that, because I think no matter how I change it, it's just like doing a weird parallel line situation. I mean, like that. That's good. And then erase some of the eyebrow. Erase bits based on like the direction of the hair. I don't want to get rid of the corner. At least not so much, otherwise it just, you can't really tell that it's there, and then it kind of looks like the eyebrow is really short. So yeah, just looking at that, checking in my small view, looking back, this eyebrow is overlapping with the hair clip, but I'm gonna use the layer mask. Let's erase that and use the layer mask to erase that part so that I can bring it back easily if I want to. Like, there's, I guess, basically two main methods of erasing. One is like with the eraser tool, so that's a bit more permanent, and then the other is with the layer mask. And layer mask essentially just like temporarily, whatever you like erase on the mask, it temporarily hides what is on the layer in the erased parts. But if you want to bring it back, you can just fill in the erased parts again and it'll come back. Which is nice for experimenting, because sometimes you like how you drew something before, or you're just like moving something a couple centimeters here or there, and you don't want to like redraw all the parts that you already drew. Henya has pretty thin lines, I mean not lines, pretty thin brows. Ugh, I accidentally deleted the whole thing. They're not like super long, so I don't want to extend them too much, otherwise that just looks kind of weird. Alright, I think that's good. Maybe I'll just delete this. Yep, we'll delete that strand and bring back, see? And bring back that eyebrow easily. Now I think the eyebrows are like too long because they look like really close to each other. That's another thing I kind of struggle with, like eyebrow length. 对于眉毛的长短 掌握度也不是，还在努力当中，觉得很长就是不是画太长，就是画太短。Put this like that a little bit, I think. Yeah, they kind of look different lengths. I'm gonna try to fix that. Let's make the face asymmetrical, she said. It'll be easy, she said. All the regret. Yeah, I think it's still a little long. If I like drew out the face, it's like basically going right to the edge, which is like a little bit too long. Generally, I try not to extend either edge like past the eye too much. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior? The vector layer? Makes it so easy to nudge lines around. And then if you want to resize the line art, because it is in a vector format, so you can actually like enlarge in the line art, and as long as like it's not too much, then you can get like basically lossless resizing. Usually if you're drawing in raster, which is like the other usual format, that's like usually what you're seeing online, as like the JPEGs, the PNGs, the GIFs, or GIF if that's how you pronounce it. That's raster, and usually if you're like trying to take a small image and make it bigger, then the computer will have to like try to make create pixels to like make up for the stuff that didn't exist before, so that's why it'll look like grainy and you can see like the pixels and the boxes. Vector, because it's like all, I guess, basically calculated through math. So if you're like enlarging something, it just recalculates and shows it in higher quality than if you were to do that to a raster image. I'm not explaining that very well. But basically, vector layers, really great for drawing line art, because if you drew like a nice curve, but the direction of it is slightly wrong, no problem. You can just like nudge it to the side without like redrawing it. The other thing I like about vector layers is like, if you have like overlapping lines, you can erase the part where the line gets cut off by the other line really easily. You just like for example, you do this, right? You have an X, and say I want to like get rid of this part. I can just eraser tool and have it set so that it just erases like everything up to like where the two lines meet. Instead of like, you know, before you would probably have to like before vector layers existed, you would basically have to like, you know, do this and like erase really close to the line and hope that you don't like erase too much. With vector layer, you can just be like, boom, delete, and then just like really cleanly deletes everything right up against that line. So yeah, very, very useful, especially when you're doing hair, because there's like a lot of overlapping parts. More croutons. Lip 真的是线稿绘师救星，尤其是向量图层。因为以前没有向量图层的时候，就是要画头发什么的，然后为了让线条比较顺畅、比较漂亮，通常会就是画超出你原本预期的范围，超出一点点，然后再把多余的部分把它擦掉。然后，向量图层就是可以做到，它直接，它会直接计算说，就是两条线交叉的部分，然后就是可以直接帮你擦到，就是它们两个重叠的那个点，就是可以擦得很干净。以前就是要自己手工擦。用橡皮擦那边慢慢磨，然后就是如果擦掉太多，还要再把那个把不小心擦掉的部分再补回去，就是有点麻烦这样。但有了 CSP Clip 的向量图层之后，就可以轻松搞定，真的是。太方便了。Other than like Adobe being kind of an evil corporation nowadays, in general, Clip Studio is just like so good at like doing like color fills. The color can get like right up to the liner instead of leaving like this awkward gap in between. And there's like a lot of tools to help you like fill in like awkward corners that the paint bucket can't really get into. And yeah, you might be like, well, is it really that big of a difference? Because like Photoshop also has the paint bucket tool, it basically does the same thing, but like no, it makes such a big difference. Like being able to do like really clean color fills that like goes right up to the liner, because if it doesn't go like right up to the liner, then when you resize the image, sometimes you can like see the gap, which is annoying, and it's just so much faster in Clip Studio too. Like a lot of my Photoshop original like Photoshop enjoyer artist friends, I'd be like, you know, spreading the gospel about Clip Studio and it's amazing, like fill, paint bucket, and they're all like, yeah, this is amazing. I don't know how I lived without this before. I'm like, yep. I'm glad you see the light. I think the eyelash thickness might be different.另外一点就是另外一个 Clip 比 PS 强的地方就是它的油漆桶，因为它的铺色块的功能真的是强太多了。它可以就是你用油漆桶填色的时候，它可以就是直接贴合到线稿的部分，就是那相较之下 Photoshop 就是可能也是要看你的笔刷，但我觉得这也是一点，就如果你是像我这种就是重度线稿使用者，就是 Clip 的线就是比较，我只能说干净利落吗？ Photoshop 相较之下，它的线就是比较糊。那就算你是用那种就是类似这种铅笔的，也不算铅笔，铅笔本来就是因为它有点质感，有点质地，所以也会有点糊，就是比较像钢笔这种，就是线的边缘比较硬的笔刷。在 Photoshop 你用这种笔刷画，它的边缘还是会，它就还是会糊糊的，所以导致说你在铺色块的时候，它比较难去计算说就是线到底在哪里，所以就是会有一个很尴尬，就是色块跟线稿之间的一个鸿沟，鸿沟好像有点夸张，反正就是会有那么一点点的空隙。那有时候就是你画完，然后如果没有注意的话，就是用 Photoshop 画完，然后填完色块，然后缩小看之后，就是怎么觉得就是线稿有一个它的外围有一个有点像白色的边缘，那就是那个你的色块没有填干净，没有铺干净。那 Clip 它就是有很多工具可以帮你，就是不要遇到这种问题。Yeah, long story short, Clip Studio is kind of goated. I guess this is the obligatory not sponsored haha section, but seriously, Clip Studio is great. And if you're using the computer version, it's a one-time purchase. I mean, you do have to like pay if you want to get the newest version, with like all the features, like the new features that they've developed. But like honestly, if you already have Clip Studio and you're like happy with the functions of your current version, then you can just keep using it. Like, they're not gonna brick. Hopefully, they don't change this. But they're not gonna brick your Clip Studio license and force you to buy the latest version. Like, if you're fine with using like an older version, then you can just keep using that. Like, I think a new version of Clip Studio just came out, but I didn't buy it because I'm like, yeah, I'm fine with my current version. Also, last time I bought the newer version when it was like doing its promo sale, I bought it because it had some new functions that I was like, oh, I'm gonna use that. That would be really cool. And then for some reason it like deleted all of my assets, which is kind of annoying. Because I had to like re-download all my brushes and stuff, which honestly it didn't take that much time, but since I don't really use a whole ton of brushes, but it was still annoying because like some brushes, they're like already taken down by the original asset creator in the Clip Studio assets, but fortunately if you've like downloaded the tool before the original creator took it down, you can still re-download it, I think. But it's just like annoying to have to like relocate everything, and yeah, maybe I should have just like made a backup of all my settings before I updated it. I probably should have done that, honestly, so I guess it's kind of like on me, but I was just lulled into a false sense of security because before, when Clip Studio was still releasing updates for free, it's like, oh, I just like update Clip Studio and it's fine, nothing gets broken. Anyway, 大推 clip 就是一次买断又可以用到老的一款软体，那他也不会问你说就是你一定要买最新版，不然他会强制注销你的使用权。就如果你旧的版本用的开心，就等你想要更新到最新版，你再买。在此之前，就是旧的版本依然还是可以照旧使用。我觉得就挺好的。那最近推出的最新版我就没有买，因为想说，好像没有看到我真的非常想要的新功能。那目前我这是什么版？我看看，抢到。4.0。是最新版吗？然后我上次买的最新版之后，不知道为什么我所有的素材全部都被删掉，所以就等于说我必须要一一把那些笔刷全部都下载回来，就有那么一点北宋，但还好我常用的笔刷也就那几个，所以也没有说真的就是花了很久的时间，但就是还是有一点烦，唯一的小抱怨。I'm like ravenous for croutons right now. I haven't had croutons in a while. And by a while I mean like Probably in at least a couple years. I don't know if they really sell it like outside of the US. But yeah, it seems like a fairly common snack for Iron Mouse, and since I've been like putting her streams on as background music while working recently, I've developed an urge to re-experience croutons again. Continuing. Does she have an ahoge? No. At least not in the bunny suit outfit. 兔女郎装似乎没有呆毛。That's fine. I'll be honest, I wasn't like never really like super huge into ahoge. I think for a lot of people that's like kind of a moe point, moe charm. But I guess for me it never really was. 呆毛好像对很多人来说是一个萌点，但我自己是就觉得还好，没有特别的喜欢，也没有讨厌，就是无感这样子。I drew the middle hair clump like a lot longer than it usually is. Or it's supposed to be, so I can tone it down a little bit. It's just like there's a lot going on in like this area, so I'm going to duplicate that hair layer so I can fiddle around with it. Maybe like that. I don't want to cover the elbow too much. Coconut. Maybe like flip it and make it like go up. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird. 有点怪，那好像把它中间那一撮画的有一点太长了。这样子吗？这边这样子画的话，就是有一点，你知道他手里面抱的那一只。I don't want to like cover the chat mascot too much either. This is okay, probably. Oh, Kana. forgot to unmute myself. How long was I muted? Ah! Well, good thing I have the subtitles, so yeah, at least you can kind of see what I was saying. Even if it's not 100% accurate. Told myself I wasn't going to noodle too much on the hair, but I don't know, I just really like drawing hair. So a bit of that perfectionist in me was like, what if we did this instead? It would look so much better. It's like the side parts of the Henya's hair like curls in quite a bit. 弯的程度还蛮多的，反正就是蛮明显的内弯，所以想尝试让那个卷度再卷一点。どうかな？I don't know. I think it just makes the end look kind of thick. Thick with two C's. Again, with like the lines looking a little bit too parallel. Let's save. Really looking forward to moving to coloring. I think the bunny suit will be fun. It's like kind of a little bit holographic. Little bit shiny. A little bit iridescent. できるかな? I need to shift that mouth a little bit to the side, because if you like, line up like the bottom apex, that doesn't make sense. Apex is like highest point. Like the bottommost point of the mouth is like not really lining up with the sharpest part of the chin, which makes her mouth look a little lopsided, and we don't want that. Not being able to see the other side of her, or like the other corner of her mouth, is like tripping me up a little bit. So maybe add like a little bit. Let's go through that. I need to make this part thinner, just like make it more readable, because having the corner of the mouth covered is kind of making the mouth look lopsided. Nice. Place that here. I don't want to have like too much attention in like the space where her nose would be, because then it just like kind of directing all your attention over there in a strange way. So I think I'm gonna leave that relatively blank? Question mark? No, I think that's good. That's a big question mark. I feel like this the banana collapsed right over her left, our right. I is a little bit too far down, but in the interest of time, I think I'm just gonna take the L, move on. Just like move this part a little down to sort of balance out the weight. I think it helps. Yeah. Erase more of that eyelash. Honestly, I don't really like how it's like sitting on top of the eyelash, so I feel like it's making it feel a little too heavy. This is one of the fun parts of doing fan art. It's like I get to admire all the like intricacies of the design and be like, oh, that's why they decided to design this part like that. That'll help a lot. Just like the bottom. Yeah, that's so much better. Nope, tangent. Since I had the eyelashes on a mask, I can easily add back the parts I erased. Just move those lashes so they're not touching the bottom edge of things. So why I don't like drawing eyelashes, because I feel like they just tangent with everything, and it's annoying.应该说画眼睫毛让我觉得有困扰的另外一点，是它真的很容易跟你不想要有重叠或者交叉点的线条，就是有那些看着不是很顺眼的交叉点，他听得懂吧？我讲的好像不是很清楚，就是很容易就是刚好跟Hi, Tommy. Oh my god, I'm like losing all my language skills and they're all like distributed in weird parts of my different languages. 刘海啦，刘海。就很眼睫毛很容易就是画一画，然后就跟刘海啊、鬓角啊什么有的没的，就是 擦边，然后就是会看起来就是让人家心情不是非常的美丽，就是你的眼球会不自觉的去注意到它，但我想让你看的不是那边。See, that eyelash is like, it's too close. I need to like make the squish with the bottom eyelid a little more obvious. 下一睫毛这边稍微让它那个比较明显的起啊。And I was like trying to find ways to not make things too parallel. It's like the bottom lash earlier was like a little bit, oh yeah, that's like so much better. It was kind of parallel with the upper lash, which like looked a little bit stiff. I don't know if stiff is the right word. Just looked a little bit unnatural. So I was just like trying to find a way to push that bottom eyelid up so that the squish caused by the hand pressed against the cheek is a bit more obvious, and I think that helps. It kind of like makes the lump look rounder too, right? The eyes kind of fill in that shape. Too much into just all through, but see like this lump of flesh that kind of does this. Maybe it's just me, but add some of that. Oh no. Add some of the head back. That cheek. Erasing a little bit where like contact points helps it feel a little bit more squeezed. I already want to take another snack break. I want to add a little bit. I feel like you might be able to see the yeah. I'm just like looking at my nails, or like my hand right now doing the same pose, and you can kind of see a little bit of the nail of the ring finger. And like 看一下，然后手打成差不多的 pose。好像稍微能看到一点那个无名指的指甲，差一点点，看效果怎么样。どうかな？甘くないけど、yeah, again, the parallel lines, right? 指甲被敲开。算了吧，算了。Like that a little bit. Yeah, I think that's good. A little bit of nail. Her nails are like really prominent in like the art style of her official mod holes. I think adding a little bit is cute. Makes it feel a little bit more feminine. Erasing a little bit of like the trail. Sometimes a little bit is nice, but if it's like too like this one is kind of just a really long wispy. Sometimes if it's too long, it can look a little weird. I remember when I was back at that Kadokawa Art Juku, our teacher like specifically said that like it's more ideal to not have like the end of the hair overly long. Like this segment is like long. I don't know if there's like really any like solid reasoning behind it, other than sometimes it just looks weird. I imagine like maybe it has to do with just like I don't know, it being a little unnatural, because it's like if we like extend this out to be like that, that's like kind of weird, right? It just looks strange. It's like too much. It's like the hair clump tapers out to one single strand of hair. And that's kind of strange. I don't really like this section because it's like, there's like, it looks really flat. I guess that'll get fixed in coloring this. I feel like adding just even that one line helps a lot. Make it feel more dimensional. I think what it is like it's just like it's kind of like when you're I think of it kind of like drawing a tree trunk. Like generally some show the texture but not like draw out every single detail, because if you draw out every single detail that actually kind of flattens the form. But it's like if you're drawing this really shitty tree trunk, it's like kind of bunching those lines near the edge helps one, I guess, kind of like shading, but then it's also like kind of, that's how the form is like compressing due to foreshortening, which is like sense of perspective, I guess, because it's like the side of the form is moving away from the viewer. It's like getting further back in space. And so things will visually, like, even though if they're like equal distance apart from like the stuff that's closer to the camera, it will look like the space between those items that are further back will look closer. So yeah, here's just like kind of, I think what makes the addition of like this single line make that whole clump look better is like kind of following that principle. It's like the side here is further away in space. It's like the side side of the clump, if that makes any sense. So it's like the distance between strands will look a lot closer than the strands like in like the front-facing side. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well. Yeah. It's good to think about it for. Heart track is making me want to play Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom. I'm like, wait. I'm late to the Switch Zelda era, but been playing it here and there, and it's been really fun. I don't enjoy cooking for myself in the real 3D world, but cooking in the Zelda games is pretty fun. I don't know why. I think especially in Tears of the Kingdom, it is... Because in Breath of the Wild, they didn't have a place for you to view all of the recipes that you made before. Which is kind of annoying, because like I didn't want to like constantly look up guides to remember how to make something. So yeah, having the recipe compendium to fill out in Tears of the Kingdom is kind of fun, and it's like really satisfying to just like see everything. The crouton break. I still don't know if I could choose a favorite though, like between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Play both games, then definitely you'll notice the quality of life updates in Tears of the Kingdom, which is like so nice. But also there's just like so much to do in Tears of the Kingdom, which can be a little bit overwhelming. Because it's like, I don't know, the map is like basically 3 times the size, because like you got the earth, and then you have underground, and you have the sky. Well, I don't know about 3 times. The sky islands are like not as they don't cover as much ground as the underground and surface ground. But yeah, just a lot more to do. I do think I would maybe enjoy the story of Tears of the Kingdom a little bit better. I feel like it's harder to find all of the cutscenes that are supposed to tell you the story of what happened in Breath of the Wild. I mean, you have that guy who like gives you hints of where the locations are, but I feel like it's still hard to find a little bit. It was like a very specific angle that you're looking at in the photos. So it's like, I don't know, that location could be anywhere. That picture is like literally a tree and some like old ruins. That's not giving me a lot to work off of, even if you tell me the general area. But in Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, yeah, you see the glyphs, the geoglyphs on the ground in a very obvious color, and the geoglyphs are so big, so it's like you kind of they're a lot harder to miss. So I felt like for me at least there was just more incentive to look for them because it was just more noticeable and easier. And then there's that one place, I think in the is it called the Temple of Time? I don't think it's the Temple of Time. But that temple that used to have like all of the shoot, what was it called? The like ancient relics or the robot things that would like shoot lasers and like insta kill you. There was like it just has a map that shows you literally where all of these geoglyphs are in relation to the great map of Hyrule. So I was like, okay, I'll just like take a picture of that map and then it corresponds pretty well to your like UI map. I feel like they probably noticed that as like something that people would get stuck on in the first game. They're just like, where do you want me to go exactly? So they're like, okay, we're gonna tell you where it is in a way that's not like we're literally holding your hand, but it's still like clear enough that you can kind of work things out. And it's not like telling you exactly where it is, right? Because the actual place where you can view all the cutscenes is like a very specific spot in the glyph. Anyways, I need to take a bathroom break, so I'll be right back. Bye. And hopefully this time I'll remember to turn on my mic when I come back. Okay, I'm saying it out loud right now, so I will remember later. 先去上个厕所，然后等一下回来的时候，我会记得把麦重新解除封印。我不会忘记，讲出来之后我就不会忘记了，应该，希望。はい。少々お待ちくださいね。 Okie dokie. Back to look at this with fresh eyes. And speaking of eyes, yeah, I think this eye is like significantly bigger than the other ones. Cut that down a little bit. I was just about to say, it's time to move on to the body, but nope, I haven't drawn the ear yet, or the other ear. Match that bling blingness. Also, Another awkward tangent. I think probably just gonna get rid of this tuff that's sticking out. Let's see. Now to avoid all these tangents. Lines are just easier to draw at a certain angle. So, type to flip Henya upside down. Oh, I just realized I forgot to draw the wrist cuffs. Or wrist cuff, the singular. Let's see, hand. I think I'll make a new layer for that. Wrist cuff. It's like every time I'm like about to announce, I think I'm ready to move on to the rest of the body, then I see something. And I'm like, never mind. Let's just see how big are those things? How do they work? Okay, they have like kind of a rounded corner. Cool. We'll foreshorten that a little bit. See the bottom of that a little bit, since I kind of want it to look like the elbow is like sort of pointed towards the camera. So yeah, like the button is not going to sit perfectly in the middle. It's going to be like a little bit further in the back. Like if we draw like an X, then like, yeah, the center point is the X method doesn't really work this time because like this part isn't foreshortened enough. Okay, let's try that. Round out the corners. Erase. And draw that back. Maybe I want the... I'm gonna duplicate that so I can go back to that version if I decide I like it better, but maybe I want it to like... Yeah, I think that's better. I have it point away. Yeah, so that kind of implies that it's like showing up on like the other side of the arm, if that makes sense. Like if you draw like the rest of the arm, then it's like it kind of closes here and is like sticking out like that. Yeah, I'm gonna bring this in a little bit because according to our like draw through, it's like too short, or it was too long previously. There. wait, I'm not done with like the head part of the hair yet. I'm gonna make another layer called side long hair. It's like apart from like the shorter clump that's like framing her face, there's also like a longer sub tuff. I don't know what these things are called. That's what内弯的鬓角之外，还有它还有大层次，后面还有一层就是大概到胸部的长度的2撮。Side hair long. And the official design is also not as long as I drew it in the sketch. So I'm gonna try not to obscure too much of the waistline, otherwise it just won't make the body read as well. The bunny suit outfit, these side tufts kind of do like a bigger 8. It's like a DNA strand. Huh? I was laughing because I have a Cotter and Iron Mouse playing Mario Kart, the bod playing in the background right now. Got to the part of the VOD where Connor went to grab some instant noodles before the race, and I'm just like thinking about hair and how I kind of approach it like I'm drawing noodles. It's like pasta. Probably more applicable to like straight hair or like wavy hair. Do I want instant noodles? The power of influencers. Have those not feel so like the two layers of the DNA hair kind of mesh a little better by erasing some of it to imply that they're like pressing against each other. I would like this to taper a little more though, so let's see. On the topic of iron mounts and VTubers, I'm thinking about taking this VTuber class. I might have mentioned it before. When does signups end? Because I think the signups are supposed to end in June, but they extended it. Let's see. So if I remember correctly, they extended it to either the 14th or the 18th. So let us see. Oh yeah, the 18th. I don't know if I'll be ready though. By ready, I mean like ready to commit all that time to the coursework, because it's kind of hard to do a full-time job and then also do like a side thing. Like I only really recently got back into drawing like fan art for myself. The power of VTubers inspire me to draw again. I was saying something, but I forgot what it was. Oh, yeah, like live 2D class. Yeah, it's hard to do a full-time job and do like a class on the side, because taking classes while you have a full-time job is basically having two full-time jobs. If you want the class to be worth your while, like worth your money. So it's been sorry, I got distracted by what I'm looking at on Twitter. But oh, this is so cute. Sorry, I'm getting like really distracted looking at all these cute rigs. But yeah, I think the class is like pretty long. Let me take a look. How long is this class? Class website. Where's your schedule? Why is it so hard to find? Oh, there we go. 2025 summer class. Class number 7. It's a total of 72 hours in class. Each class is 3 hours, so man, that's a really long class. That's 24 weeks. 24? 24 weeks? Huh? Really? Oh, no. It's 12 weeks, and then there's like 2... Huh, okay, I'm confused. Hold on. Is there like a schedule I can look at? Oh no, I'm just being dumb. So it's like two classes per week, and each class is 3 hours long. It does look very interesting though. And honestly, the price for like how long the class is honestly not bad, especially by like American standards. It's 9,900 NTD, which how much is that in US dollars? Let's see. TD to USD. Like 300. We'll round up. $340, which is wild because generally what I've seen is like an art class taught by artists currently working in the industry, like a 8-hour class is like 800 to 900 US dollars. So it's like kind of crazy the value of this class. Okay, I'm like talking myself into taking this class. But yeah, the reason why I hesitate so much is just like I feel like I've been a little bit burnt out. Just like, you know, work has been really busy, so it's kind of hard. It was kind of hard for me to like do stuff outside of work for a good while. So I like took a couple workshops, and I ended up like not finishing all of the coursework because I was just like I was just like really burnt out, and but I don't know. It helps that this class is not like happening until like a good while. By happening, I mean the first class doesn't start until I think it was August. Let me look at the website again. It starts on... Why can't I find anything? It is late. Maybe that's my sign to call it a day. It starts on August 9th. Looks like a good while to 2 weeks. It's Tuesday. Yeah, I'm like kind of talking myself into taking this class. I don't know, I think it's just like starting to work on like original characters and developing my own stories recently is kind of maybe want to like do those characters justice. It's a little, I think I'm kind of understanding like what it's like to have a child, because it's like I want to do better for them so that they can be like they can be the best versions of themselves or something like that, you know. Okay, I'll think about it for a little more. Oh, for a moment I was like, did I forget to unmute myself again? I didn't. Yeah, I'll start drawing the body first, and then I'll move on to doing more of the hair, because I think after I do the body, it'll be more apparent to me like what I want to do for like this side, this side of the hair, like this thing. Oops. Body. I might cut this up more too. Oops. I don't want to raise the shoulders too much. Hmm. I'm just like trying to decide how if I made her arm too thick. It's like it's kind of a petite person. This, like, the inside part of the elbow connects is always a kind of a mystery to me. Let's see. Reference. The reference is me. I look at myself in the mirror. It's like, yeah. And there's like a lump over here. I'm not gonna draw it out because that would make her look too muscular, but definitely gonna remember to like imply it when it gets a shading. This part is head. Drew that on the wrong layer again, but at least vector layers makes it easy to omit. Erase. Oh, is this on the wrong layer too? Yeah, I drew that wrong. It's also on the wrong layer. A lot of foreshortening for the forearm. I'm just like trying to make that a little bit more obvious. Oh, I know how to draw plushie. Chat plushie. Let's see. Kind of sucks that there's not really a reference sheet for that, but I guess it's relatively simple. It's basically like a round cat. Round plushy cat. But because I have no visual memory retention, I don't remember what it looks like. Look at the side tufts. Let's see. I mean, I guess I could pull up one of her VODs. Henya... Chat... No, Henya... Yeah, I need to go look at a VOD. Let's see. And yeah, bunny suit. This video doesn't show the caption. This one have it? No, this one doesn't have it either. Eh. There we go. That was ridiculously hard to find. Oh yeah, her ending screen. There we go. Finally! Took forever to find a nice screenshot. I kind of know what it looks like, but it's like, what do the tufts look like exactly? I don't remember. 忘れちゃったんだ。Okay. I can of plushy puppy. Oh. That. It's like it's pushing into the arm. That. Originally in the sketch, I had the eye like over here where the hair is now covering it, but actually having the face kind of turned towards like the crook of the arm, like inside. It's kind of cute actually. Also gives a little bit more variety. It's like Henya's head is facing forward. And originally the head was facing forward as well for the plushie. So it's kind of some nice variety. It's also something I try to keep in mind. It's just to have the main masses of the body, or just like the main masses of stuff in general, to not all be facing in the same direction. So like Henya's head is sort of like facing the camera straight on, but her body is kind of like angled to the side, and then her pelvis is kind of also just like turned a little bit back also towards the front. But it's at like a different angle. Like the head is like it's like this angle, but then the pelvis is like that. Yeah, it just helps make things look less stiff. Turning down the music a little bit. Oh, okay, sorry. I got distracted by Reddit. Another one of my weaknesses is shoulders. Shoulders are hard. First I thought that turning the plushie from the facing the front to the side would be a really fun and great idea and feels more dynamic, and it's like cuddling into her arm, how cute. But then I realized that like this part is like I guess it's not so bad. Let me do the side tuck on a different layer. Nope, no brush. Gotta avoid those tangents. This hair tie is like deceptively hard. It was just like a box. Try to think of it that way. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's perfect. Side top is deceptively difficult. There's like bows on the side, I guess. Right, and some squish over here. Seems like pressing it against the arm. Body and it's so tempting to just be lazy on this hand, but can't do that. It's really hard to draw. Like, very feminine hands, I feel. Because if you make it like too angular, then it just throws everything off. I think that's okay. Again, with my tendency to draw the palm like too long. Shrink down the ribbon. No, I'm gonna shrink down the ribbon a little so I can show the like, pinky a little bit more. Also, it's kind of doing a strange tangent. Erase. And there is body layer. Yeah, I think this part, maybe bring it in a little and soften those angles. Yeah, I think that immensely helps. A little more meat on that. Like, do I want the... No, I don't. I was like, maybe the thumb should be spread out, but nah. And the fingers looking kind of different widths. I'm gonna try to at least keep them looking somewhat consistent. Yeah, now this bottom part is doing a little tangent right in that nook. Ugh. Art is so difficult. It's fine not to show the ribbon on the other side. Just makes things overly complicated. Stretch that line out a little bit. Erase that. Red dot here. Erase that. This part is still kind of tangenting. I think because the corner over here is like a little close to the edge of that bow. Yeah, that's better. I'm gonna erase the part of the body that's under or behind the hair. See if that makes me feel a little better. So right now I feel like this part just looks a little bit wonky. Maybe make the back like straighter. Yeah, it'll look better once I add the neck. Maybe your head is a little big. Good thing about shrinking, not shrinking, good thing about separating all these layers is that I can easily shrink the head if I need to. Do it now? Crop that image a little bit. Okay, I definitely don't think I can finish the hair lines today, so I'll just try to finish the body. At least, like, kind of figure out what I want to do for the waist. Anatomy is hard. Henya's pretty petite. So I definitely don't want to like give her like too many like really exaggerated curves. Or like look at more hip references. Oh, what happened there? Look at some more hip references. Bunny suits really deceptively hard. Yeah, definitely didn't add enough meat over here. It looks a little hunched over, not in a cute way right now. Because like the back line is too curved. Oh, that's spooky. And if I do that, the shoulder is like too in. Yeah, sometimes it's best to just erase and redraw. I think that might be one of those times. Take a look at my body reference. definitely looks strange. Yeah, look at some more hip references. So they're also a weakness of mine. I think no, actually, just in general, my anatomy skills are not really up to snuff. Yeah, like her hip, her pelvis is like too long. It probably should be like starting here. It's like her crotch is like all the way down there. Ribcage, yeah, should be like there, like that. Looks a little bit better. I think it's just like a little too much meat on this side. Yeah, that's definitely nope. Okay, that's actually not too bad. I think after taking a break from this and then coming back, I'll figure out if like the hip is acceptable. I think the thing about hips is like you gotta be really precise. You have to be really knowledgeable about like the underlying bone. Yeah, maybe if I just raise the crotch. It's gonna be a little bit hard to apply this to like big head anime character, but like a metric that I was taught is like a hairline to collarbone is roughly the length of like hairline to collarbone, roughly the length of collarbone to bottom of rib cage. Yeah, okay. I'm remembering that correctly. So, hairline to collarbone is roughly collarbone to bottom of rib cage, which is roughly equal to bottom of rib cage to crotch. So, yeah, by that standards, definitely your crotch was like a little too low down. So making the pelvis look really long. Just make, I think this, what is it even called? The leg holes? I made them too wide. Another thing I'm not great at drawing is, drawing and painting is knees. I just like, because the knee is like mostly bone, and it's like a mishmash of a few, well, not really a lot of both, but it's like there's like a cap bone on top or in the socket. I'm not explaining this very well. I give up. But point being, it's just like kind of a strange lump in the knee. It's like really hard for me to get right. Probably just need to use for reference. I remember someone describing the knee as like a parakeet. Yeah, I remember when I was sketching this, I only had it like waist up. Maybe I should still do that in the interest of time. I don't know. This looks kind of strange if I... Oh, huh. I didn't notice, but after I, like, downsized the head, I need to, like, redraw the side tuft. I was like, this is a similar, probably won't need to edit that. I'm always wrong. But I assume that I can just draw that simply and never need to touch it again. Never happens. I think I will actually This part's still erased, but this part is... This part of the arm is still above, or like in front of the pleasure. There. Cool. Cool. Yeah, legs are really hard. I feel like you gotta get like the curvature of the flesh exactly right. Like even if the curvature is like even a little bit off, it just throws the whole thing. Yeah, this tip is like tangenting with the back. Maybe like that. Yeah, I think that's a good solution. Okay, cool. Alright, I think tomorrow... I don't know how much I'll be able to work on this tomorrow, but hopefully I can at least finish the hair. Or just finish the entire line in general. Yeah, it's mostly just gotta like fill in the neck and then do the pigtails. And there's like a bow over here. Yeah, and then hopefully coloring will be quick. Famous last words, but 今天大概就画到这边。Oh, yeah, I gotta like got the tail for the chat plushie as well. But anyways, 今天大概就画到这边。明天的话不知道可以画到什么程度，但我希望是至少可以把线稿都描完了。至于上色应该不会需要花太多的时间的。是啊，这样说可能有点高估自己。好了，今天就先这样啦，感谢观看。Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks so much for watching, as usual. 今日はここまでです。いつも見てくれてありがとうございます。じゃあまた今度ね。バイバイ。Have to eat croutons.